Hello, I am Carol, the Crafty Grandma, with reverberation. There we go. Sorry about that. Technology, there's always one thing I miss, even when I have a checklist. So, good morning again. I'm Carol, the Crafty Grandma, and today we are going to make a table runner. It was inspired by some fabric that I picked up at my favorite quilt shop, my mother's stash. This is what I decided I was going to use, and I couldn't really, there's a lot of pieces. I don't know where she used it originally, but we have quite a few just pieces of fabric. There are some full pieces. Oh, there's a little green thrown in there. There's a bunch of little pieces, and so I decided I was going to make a star quilt, or that's what I call it anyway. So let me show you a picture. So what I'm going to do is where all of these white squares are, I'm going to use this light blue fabric. It's got a nice little pattern to it, nothing much, but a little bit of a pattern to it. Where all of the dark blue is, we're going to use the fabric I found in my mother's stash, which is this paisley. It's a nice dark blue. It does have some of the light blue in it, so it'll go along nicely with the other fabric that I'm going to use. And then it's got some yellows in it, so I found a solid yellow in my stash. Thought about getting a patterned yellow, but I decided that I really would prefer that at least one of the fabrics be more of a solid color. So I've seen this design before on multiple different pictures of it. It's been made with yellows and blues and greens, and I saw I think the most recent one I saw was a harvest design, so for the fall. But like I said, I saw that. Thought of this as soon as I saw that fabric. I thought of this pattern, and so what I decided was each square that I drew with my pencil is going to be 3 inches finished. It's going to have 64 squares to it, so it's going to be a 24 by 24 inch square when we're done. These lines on the side are if I decide I want to make it larger. And I don't know at this point. I'm leaning towards no, but I don't know for certain. And then down here, I wrote down the different colors I have, light blue, dark blue, and the yellow, and determined what I needed to cut in order to make this square, just this block in the middle. Like I said, I haven't decided on the outside yet. I keep going round and round. I think I have enough of the pattern fabric from my mother's stash, but I haven't decided yet. So right now I'm still leaning towards just finishing it off there and having a 24 by 24. So we're going to cut these first, and after we get things cut, then we will go to the we'll put them up on the design wall and we'll go from there. So let's get to cutting. Don't need my clippers yet. We'll put those over by the sewing machine for when we get to going later on. All right, so the first thing on my list is the light blue. And I like to cut the widest pieces first. I can always trim those down to be smaller if I need to. So the first thing I need is a strip that is 3 7/8 inches wide. Oh, look at this. I have some fabric in here. It's not going to be nearly enough to make all the squares, but it's going to be enough to at least get some. How wide is it? Oh yeah, it's almost 6 inches wide. Let's see. All right, that's it's been torn, but it's been a long time since it was torn. So I'm going to tear it again. there. All right, let's see here. All right, so I'm lining it up all on the torn edge here. And then I'm going to fold it a second time. And the second fold is up to you. I prefer to use a shorter ruler, which is this one. So this one's 14 inches tall. And I prefer to have I think I have more control over it, twisting and stuff. So I like to use the smaller ruler. But if you have the larger ruler, the 6x24, which is one of the standard sizes that most people have, if you have the 6x24, you can do it without folding a second time. I just find that by the time I get to the end of the ruler, I'm not as steady as I was when I started. So whenever possible, I do try and use this smaller ruler here. We've had a kitty cat enter the room. Be prepared. We never know where the kitty cat might end up. All right, so now folding it and pressing it a second time. You know what? I just put that ruler away and I'm going to need it. No, I'm not. I've got room on here. This is a 4-inch wide ruler. This will work. So first I'm gonna trim it up. So I line it up on the folded edge. Here, let's do this. There we go. So I don't need it any specific length. I just need to get rid of the fuzzy ends. So I'm going to line up. In this case, I like to use the dots as opposed to the actual lines. I don't know why. But so we'll use the lines. We line up the fold so that this is going to come out square. So that's our first part. Now we're going to turn the fabric. And all of this is just the reverse if you're left-handed. Everything is exactly the same except you'd be holding your blade in your left hand and reversing everything. So I need a strip to be 3 7/8 inches wide. That's 3 1/4. That's 7/8. Excellent. And now I need 10 that are 3 7/8 inch square. And as I said, you should always try and use the smallest ruler possible. So I am going to pull out, because you have more control. I have much more control over this ruler than I do another one. And also it has the 1/8 inch marks on it. So I'm going to trim off the selvage, line up there. So I'm lining up on the 4 inch down at the bottom. And then because I have the 1/8 inch marks on the top, I'm making sure that both sides are on the line. And I trim off the edge. Now here we go. 3 7/8. Lining up on the 4 1/4 on the bottom, 3 7/8, and then this 1/8 inch marks up there. I think that was 9. Let's verify. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this will be the last one at 3 7/8 inches. Excellent. I'm going to turn on another light. Let's see if that makes... I don't think it really made that much difference, but hey. That was 2 things I forgot to do today. So now I'm just going to cut one of these at 3 1/2 inches. And then I will square it up to 3 1/2 inches square. And I am going to set this off to the side to use as feeder fabric. So then this is 3 1/2. Lining everything up and making sure we're square. That's the first of our 3 1/2 inch squares. All Alrighty, let's see here. So we know we just need 3.5-inch squares at this point. I don't have any other pieces lying in there. I do not. Okay. So let's trim our fabric. And tear the fabric. So 2 questions you're asking. Why in the world are you tearing the fabric? Why don't you just cut it? And why did we make those other squares 3 7/8 inches and these we're making it 3.5? So here's what we're doing. The first answer is we tear the fabric because we want to make sure we get the grain of the fabric correct. When fabric is put on a bolt, it's not necessarily rolled and folded in half at grain. This one is pretty good, but not great. So this is where the original fold, here, let's do this. There we go. So up here, this is the fold where it was on the bolt. This is my torn edge. And as you can see, as we get further down, it doesn't hang right on top of each other. Let's see. There we go. So the grain of the fabric is off. If I had just used this edge, which is straight, and you can see everything lines up perfectly because that's where it was cut at last time. And it looks like I used a pair of scissors, not a rotary cutter. So I'm not certain what I did with it, but I did something where I used just a pair of scissors to cut it. But you can see that the grain is not correct. The grain is not hanging the right way. So what's going to happen is you can have parts of your quilt can be just off, because when the fabric is straight on grain here, but it's at an angle here, it's going to hang funny. So that's why I always tear my fabric and then re-iron it. So let's get back to the wide view. There we go. And get this pressed and folded correctly on the grain. Because, let's see here. Where's calculator? Wake up, phone. There we go. Calculator, there you are. I've got, say, 42 divided by 3.5. I'm actually going to need another one of these because this is only going to give me 12 3.5-inch squares, and I need 20. And I already have one, but I'm going to need another strip that's 3.5 inches wide. So yes, I should have figured that out before I started ironing and cutting, and I should have pulled one big strip that was like 7 inches or 8 inches wide so that I could line it all up that way. But I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing, and as we know, the live show does this. You never can tell which part of it I'm going to mess up. Okay, so we've got the edges ironed. Now let's fold it over and get it on the grain. So my iron is one of those that when it sits up for too long, it cools off, and then when you put it back down, it still has to warm up, so it's being a little temperamental right now. fold it over a second time so we can use the shorter ruler. Excellent. I have a ton of cat hair all over this shirt. I just noticed a piece on the fabric here and I looked down and realized it's because it's all over my shirt. I was being very well loved earlier. All right, so longer ruler. Line it up. Turn it off. Turn it around. And 3.5 inches wide. And you do want to try and line it up on the fold again and the cut edge just to make sure that you weren't seeing things before. That way you keep your grain straight after we just went through all the effort of tearing and everything else. We want to make sure we stay on grain. And you know what? That's going to make good feeder fabric. All right, back to our squares. Let's see. Let's move this a little bit. I don't like it where it's sitting for cutting. It doesn't give me a lot of room for cutting. That's better. Cut off the salvage first. Welcome back, Kitty Cat. We missed you. Strip does not want to lay correctly. There we go. And we have to remember 3.5 now. When I say we, I mean me, because I will start cutting them at 3 7/8 again, just because I get in a roll and forget. No, that one wasn't cut straight. I'm going to have to check it. Because this one's showing off. So it looks like the ruler moved at the very top of the fabric. And you're like, really? That is such a tiny sliver of fabric. Keep in mind, this quilt is going to be 8 squares by 8 squares wide. Just that little bit off, if it happens on every single square, is going to give me, after 8 squares, it'll give me an entire inch that it's wrong. A little eighth of an inch can do that. So you want to be careful when you're cutting, because this is your initial starting point. And if your cuts are off, your whole quilt, sorry, your whole pieced top is not going to look right. It's going to be, you're going to end up with extra pieces at different spots that you don't need. Okay, so I think I should have 13 squares right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Look at that. So then I still need another 3.5-inch strip of this fabric. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, let's get the fuzzies off of here. I really didn't tear that well, just so you know. Pulling like I did can knock it even more off grain than it was to begin with. So we are not going to use that edge that I just tore off. I'm going to use the other edge that I had torn earlier. Up and press a little edge. Kitty fur on the floor. Okay, now let's see here. This ruler, gonna line it up on the fold. Lined up on the 12. We've got the smallest amount we possibly can over there. Now 3.5 inches wide. Again, lining up on the fold with the ruler so you're sure that you've got it square. Excellent. 3.5 inches works. There's 14. $15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. All right, so we have one fabric done. Put this strip over with the other fabric. So we have 10 of these, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we have 20 of the 3.5 inches. Now, so the dark blue that I have in strips and such, that's a big chunk of fabric, so we're going to hold off on that. That's a square. That's a strip that's wide. So what I like to do when I have stuff like this is I like to find the smallest pieces I have and use those first. I don't like having small pieces of fabric sitting around in my stash. I am not a miniature quilt maker. I say that, and I may be, because I really like the small stuff recently. I've gotten into it. So you never know, I might start doing miniature quilts. But right now, I don't do miniature quilts. I do... I have no idea how we got a piece of fabric that long. Did she cut it sideways? I have no idea. The pattern repeats, so I'm uncertain, but that's a nice big chunk, so we'll have to save that and see where that might be useful later on. Anyway, sorry. I don't like, or I've gotten into making miniature size quilts because I do enjoy getting a project done as soon as possible. All right, so this is along the selvage. That's what's going on here. So selvage is up here on the top. So this is from across the grain. I don't know what kind of border she was making, but she obviously used them for a border at some point in time. All right, so these are little squares. These can be cut. Is that one wide enough? 1, 2, 3. Nope, that one's not wide enough. But it make good. Oh, that's a completely different pattern even. All right, so that's going to go over here. We'll figure out. There's that. And then these are also fairly long strips that probably came from across the grain also. Let's see if we can get out of here what we need. We need 14 3 7/8 inch squares out of this. Well, let's start with the little pieces. They're not wide enough, and I'm not going to worry about grain, just because I'd rather use up the pieces than that. So, yes, I know I'm probably going against something I said earlier, but I'd like to use this fabric. So I'm going to go with whatever I can. All right, let's see. 3 7/8. And line up on the bottom. Yep, she cut these pretty square. And I say that, and it's actually my father who does the cutting. So thank you, Dad. You did good on the cutting. These are square. I like it. All right, feeder fabric. Go back to this whenever I can, just because it's smaller and it gives more detail, and I'm more certain that I'm getting it lined up correctly. 3 7/8. Little bit of fuzz left over. So the blue, okay, let's see how I can sort this. So keep it straight. Light blue, dark blue. There we go. None of them are the same size. That one's not wide enough, so that one's not going to work. That one's wide enough. Yeah, I've got 2 out of 14. We're on a roll. If I remember correctly, well, we got 12. Let's see. 42 divided by 3. .875. So I should be able to get 10 out of that one. So if I can get 4 out of these, we'll be good. And I'll still have a ton of fabric left that I may use as borders. We don't know yet. That's why we're live. You never can tell what I might do. That's 3. This piece has some salvage on it. So let's cut it correct width. Let's press it a little bit. It's a little off kilter right now. Again, not certain how long this has been stored. I needed some blue fabric for another project that I've already done, and it just so happened that while I was looking through her blue bin, I found this and went, ooh, there's a lot of that there. I could use that. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to trim it off just a smidge because it's not completely lined up, and I would like it to be. Go. I put that crease in there, now I want it out. That's all I do. Creases in, creases out, creases in, creases out. Get rid of the salvage. I forget I have that snazzy new camera. How many did I end up having so far? 3? 1, 2, 3. Yep, 3. Four. 5. 6. 7. Let's check this one. Doesn't look quite square to me. Let me verify. Oh, it is. My eyes are just wrong. Eight. Let's see here. You're not a very good focus, are you? Let's try this. Come on. There we go. Line it up on the fold. Sorry, I have to press this a little bit. There's a fold in here that's wrinkling and not letting the fabric lay right. wasn't even down here on the bottom. So we've got it all nice and even now. Now we do our 3 7/8. There we go. That's much better. Make sure we're even on the top, even on the bottom. So we get a nice square cut. Nine. Ten. Eleven. 12. 13. 14. All right. So now we have the dark blue fabric complete. Let's set that off to the side with the light blue. I don't want the fabric to go far because I may need some more. I may have cut a square wrong, I may sew something incorrectly, you never know. So I don't put it away, but I put it at the end of the table so it's out of the way, but still accessible. All right, so now I need 8 3 7/8 inch squares and 12 3.5. So 8 times 3.875, 31 inches. So I'm going to have another 10 inches left, which is about 3. So then I'm going to need 9. So I should only need 2 strips, one at 3 7/8 and one at 3.5. So 6, 7, I need an 8-inch strip. It's not on comic book board, so I'm not certain what happened there. Usually I don't put stuff away unless it's on comic book board, but apparently I did with this one. Alright, so now I'm going to clean up my strings. Need that, and that out of the way. So FYI, this is another one where I can show you the torn grain over here and the cut on this side. They're not even. So just another example of grain being off. In all of my tips and tricks are not necessarily going to work for everyone. If you've been quilting for eons and never had any problem with things hanging off, that's great. I haven't either. Even when I didn't do the tearing, I never had a problem with things looking wrong because of grain. It's not something that I noticed. It's something that I learned later on that could affect it. And I do this just to avoid that possibility of happening. This is not going to be a hanging quilt anyway. This is going to be a lay on the table quilt. So the grain isn't necessarily going to cause any issues one way or the other. It's just that's how I've been trained, and I like to keep up good habits. Let's go with that. So, sorry, keep forgetting. I have the pretty camera so you can see what I'm doing. Line up on the fold. Oh, this is distracting. Yellow fabric with the yellow lines on the ruler. And so the first strip I need to make is 3 7/8 inches wide. And I promise I will eventually tell you why it's 3 7/8 inches wide. I really will. And while I'm here, just to save myself the hassle from doing it later on, I'm going to cut the 3.5 inch strip too. Because I know I'm going to need it. Ruler goes over there. And let's get our 3 7/8 first. How many do I need? I need 8 3 7/8 inch squares. That ruler really moved. I don't know if you can see it on camera, but that ruler did not stay put. Let's see how even that edge came out. Or do I need to cut big and fix later? No, surprisingly not. Oh, it is there. There we go. No, not that bad. Excellent. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. And last but not least, 8. All right, now let's trim this down to 3.5 inches. And then keep going. Now, 3.5, not 3 7/8. I have to remember that. 3.5, there we go. 1. I'm going to go for 12. 3. All right, back to here. And we're going to trim off the salvage on this one. Where was I at? 1, 2, 3. Four. 5. 6. 7. 8. Ten. Eleven. And 12. All right, so we've got all of our pieces cut now. I'm going to keep these around because we're going to need them in a little while. These are going to come in handy later on. You, not so much. I'm going to put him away. And for those of you that have watched me for a while, you know that I will probably go get that 3 or 4 more times before the day is over because I will need it at some point in time, even though I thought, I'm good. Okay. So a question some of you may be asking that watch me frequently is, why is my design wall still empty? Because you know that I love to put things up on the design wall. It makes me happy. Well, first thing we need to do is make some half square triangles. Because the 3.5 inch squares that we have, so we have yellow and baby blue, 3.5 inch squares. They're going to stay the exact same size as they are. They're done. That's what they're going to be. The 3 7/8 inch squares, so all of these 3 stacks of squares, are going to make half square triangles. We are going to take a piece of fabric, one of the colors, and we're going to join it up to the other color, and we're going to draw a line down here, and we're going to stitch on either side of the line, cut it down the middle, press and open them up, and have half square triangles. It's a really simple process, but it looks complicated when you get things done on the paper. So I have to figure out how many of each I need before I can start sewing. Excuse me. I don't think I'm going to need these, but just in case. So the dark blue and the yellow, I need let's do it this way. Got it? There we go. There's a dark blue and a yellow. There's one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm going to need to end up with 12 of them. Each set makes 2. So I need 6 sets. There's one, and it's right sides facing each other. We might iron we might press all of these together here. There's 2, there's 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then I'm looking at the dark blue and the light blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So that's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So that takes care of all those. And now we're going to look at the yellow and the light blue. So there's none on the outside, it's only here in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, which means we need 2. So 1 and 2. And we have now used up all of our 3 and 7/8 inch squares. And what's going to happen is once we sew them and cut them down the middle, the 3 and 7/8 will end up being a finished, well, not finished, but they will end up being 3.5 inches square. So they will match up with our 3.5 inch squares. And this whole piecing top is all a bunch of 3.5 inch squares. That's all it is. It's really a very simple pattern. Like I said, I've seen it a bunch of different ways. I don't know what people call it or anything like that. I've seen it a lot in different sizes. With the design that I drew up, you can make these squares whatever size you want. I chose to make them 3 inches so that it was 24 by 24. But this is where we get into that miniature thing. Remember I mentioned I don't save fabric because I don't make miniatures? Well, miniatures, you could take this same pattern. I'm moving it down too far. Okay, there we go. And instead of making this square 3 inches, you could make it 1 inch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You would have a quilt that is 8 inches by 8 inches. So just a little itty bitty baby quilt. And when I'm talking baby quilt, I'm talking something closer to going in a dollhouse type quilt. On the other hand, you could expand it, and this could be a 4 inch square. And then you take 4 times 8 and you get 32 inches instead of 24. So these squares can be any size you want. And when you want to make a half square triangle, you add 3/8 of an inch to whatever you want this square size to be when you're done. I hope that all makes sense. We're going to see it in action. Because now we're going to go through, and that has a 45-degree angle on it. That's good. And that's not long enough. I told you I was going to need that ruler again. I know myself. I should just keep it over here, but hey. What fun would life be if I didn't have to walk back and forth all the time. So I'm using the 45-degree angle line on my ruler. Yeah, I thought I was going to be able to do that in big stacks. I was wrong. Lining these up perfectly right now is not vital to the world because you're going to have to do it again when you get over to the sewing machine, so not a major deal. You know what? I have a smaller ruler. That thing is just so long. There we go. I'm a little happier with that one. I typically start in the middle and draw up, and in the middle and draw down. That way I don't have any pulls on the fabric on either side. And again, I state you don't have to line it up. Line up the fabric here because it's going to move between here and the sewing machine anyway. In this instance, if you are so inclined, you can use whatever pen you want. I happen to be using my Frixon. Can you see it? Light's reflecting. Because it's what was sitting right next to me. But in the same pencil case, for lack of a better word, there are Sharpies, extra thin Sharpies, that I could be using instead. And I say that I could use the Sharpies if I wanted because this is going to be a cut line. You're going to sew on either side of the line. This will not be seen. You're going to sew a 1/4 of an inch on one side, 1/4 of an inch on one side, and a 1/4 of an inch on the other side. So there's going to be 2 stitch lines on here, and this line is where we're going to use the rotary cutter and cut these triangles, or these squares, in half to make 2 triangles to make 1 square. These should be over here so you can see what I'm doing. Sorry. So we're going to go ahead and cut or finish these all, and then we're going to sew them all at one time, and then cut them all at one time, and get them all taken care of at once. No, that didn't work well. Pay attention to where the lines are. There we go. Voila! We now have a whole bunch of squares. Where are we at time-wise? So it's been an hour and a half. Not certain how long the lines took and sorting took. So it probably took us a little over an hour to cut this whole quilt out. We'll see how we go. But, all right, to the sewing machine we go. Oh, look, things are sitting out. All right. The last project I was working on, I was using some nice variegated, pretty colored thread. It is still all cotton thread, but it was variegated and pretty. And I've got a quilting needle in there because I was making a bag. And this was my top stitch, so there's my top stitch foot sitting there. All that good stuff. So let's get this out of here. And we need to get rid of that needle and put my piecing needle back in. I think I used the piecing needle. I know I used it for 7 rows of strips. So I know that that needle's still good. I did not use it enough to dull the tip out. So I'm going to switch, put it back in. And then we take off this foot and put on a 1/4 inch piecing foot. There we go. And thread. Let's get the bobbin in place. Oops. It helps if you have it facing the right direction. So there's that. Thread on the top. So information that you need to know. I am using a 60 weight cotton thread. Standard cotton thread that you get in your stores are going to be a 50 weight. And it says 50 on it. It's the smaller the number, or the larger the number, the smaller the thread. So a 60 weight thread is thinner than a 50 weight thread. I am also using a universal 70 needle. That means the needle is smaller. The larger the number, the smaller the needle. Nope, that's not right. Yeah, 80 is bigger. So that's the opposite. So with the thread, the bigger the number, the smaller the thread. With the needle, the bigger the number, the bigger the needle. just because we can't be consistent on anything. That would be too easy on all of our brains. So therefore, this is a smaller needle with a skinnier thread, and the reason I do that is because I tend to sew fat 1/4 inches. I have a terrible time with that, so I have it set. I have everything I need to make myself at 1/4 inch. If you are having problems with fat 1/4 inches, that's check into your thread and so on and so forth. If, on the other hand, you are too skinny, you can use the bigger threads and then just pay closer attention to, and a part of it is paying attention to the foot. I don't use the one with the metal guide on it because I find that it bends, and it's probably just me because I have a terrible time not bending things. My machine stops in the needle up position. I prefer that it stop in the needle down position, and I do have a button for that, so I always set it when I start sewing. And I drop my stitch length down to 1.5 so that they're closer together. You can go however you want. What is a standard? Standard is 2.5. So I drop it down to 1.5. If you want to leave it at 2.5, go for it. There are a lot of people that do the 1.5 only when they're paper piecing. All right, so now the line that I drew is going to be my guide for my 1/4 inch. I want to stitch a 1/4 inch off the line. So I'm putting my line just to the right of the right-hand toe. Making sure that fabric is straight and together. And so now I could stop, cut my thread, and start over with the next square, or I can use the chain method, which is I take the next square and line it up and just keep going. watch is running out of battery power. Just beeped at me. Oh, maybe not. I don't know why it beeped at me. Okay, so we've done one side. And now we have to go back around and do the other side of the line. So now we did the stitch here on this side of the line. There's our line. Now we're going to stitch on the other side. Whoa. Oops. Come on, thread fabric. So the fabric got caught up in the foot. Totally messed up there? What's going on? I think it'll be fine. It's all in the seam area, so we should be okay. If not, we've got plenty of fabric left to cut some more squares if we need to. There goes that fabric again, getting caught up in the toe. There we go. That's a lot of triangles. So we've got our string of triangles, or these are still squares. They haven't been turned into triangles yet. And we need to clean up the threads. One of those pieces of variegated thread decided to sneak in there. Get rid of that. And our last square. And our tails. Wonderful. So now we've got them all separated. And now we need to cut them in half. And I can't use the little ruler. I need this one. I don't need this. I'm going to move it over there. So, we have, I'm going to mess up the focus again, a line down the middle and stitching on either side. So we're going to cut with the rotary cutter down the middle. And while I'm at it, I'm going to start the iron and get it started to be a little warm, because we're going to need that here shortly. If you want to, you can use the 45-degree line, but since you've already drawn the line with the 45-degree angle, that's fine. It's going to be a 1/4 inch seam also, so if you want to use the seam line as a 1/4 inch, that's fine too. I typically follow the line because my 1/4 inches are not necessarily perfect. This is the piece of fabric that got caught with the toe. I don't know if you can see. Got kind of wrinkled. It's fuzzy. It's focusing. Can you focus? Nah. But it got caught. But it's more in the seam area, so I think we're going to be okay. We're going to have to see how it presses out. If when I press it, it doesn't come out right, I'll have to cut out a couple more squares and try again. So I am keeping them in separate stacks, the different colors. I'm going to iron them all the same, but I just would prefer to have them in separate stacks right now. go. To the pressing station. I guess I didn't need to keep them in separate stacks because they're very obvious which ones are which. And let's see, do I care which way they're pressed? I do not. They're going to be caught up in seams eventually anyway, and none of them are going to butt together at any point in time. So I don't care which direction these seams are pressed in. I can press them in either direction. Which means I'm going to be pressing them to the darker color. I like to use a starch. This is a starch, I believe. Yes, this is a starch. Starch stabilizer, whatever term you want to use, to get my seams, when they are pressed, as sharp as possible. That way they lay really flat and they look nice. So I'm pressing the seam while it's closed. That loosens up the threads, makes it easier to mold, for lack of a better word. Open it up, finger press from the middle to the outside seam. You want to start in the middle and go out with your press, and then iron press it, heat press it. Get it as reasonably flat, and then a little bit of spray starch. And this is new. This is Faultless Premium Luxe Finish Ironing Spray Pro Grade. What I've been using for years is Mary Ellen's Best Press. I do like this better because I like the smell better, but the smell on this isn't terrible. And I just got it. This is only the second project I'm using it on, so I want to try it out. And the last one I used it on was a bag that had very little seams, so there wasn't any matching of things or anything like that, so it was no big deal. This project is an actual quilt, and so I want to see how it works on a quilt. I don't want to use too much of this stuff. I know with the best press you can use too much, and I'm not certain how much too much is with this stuff. Oops, too much, way too much. I gotta dry it all off. There are so many trucks driving around here today. I don't know what's going on. I know that garbage day was yesterday, so I shouldn't be hearing nearly as many trucks today, but that looks like a moving truck. I guess it could be bringing supplies. Our neighborhood's not complete, so there are builders all over the place. They're still working on building all the houses. Of course, I think they're going to be doing that for at least the next 5 years. The first phase of our development, some of those people have lived there for 5 years now, and we're just now in the third phase of our development. There's going to be 5 total. So it's going to take a while till we stop hearing trucks. I haven't picked out a backing for this yet. Maybe I would use, well, I'm going to use, I know I'm going to use this patterned fabric as the binding. I always like to do that. I don't think I want to use the yellow as the binding. I could. I have enough of it, but I don't think I want to. I could use the light blue because the majority of it is going to have the light blue. So that would just sort of make the edge blend off. I usually have a bold binding. It's just me. I don't know why. Okay, that's the first set. Let's do the next set. There we go. I'm still spraying too much, I think, on here. This is really boring. But if I don't do it, my quilt won't look right. If I don't press these, and I've seen some people on videos and stuff where they finger press like this. They just finger press it down and move on to the next step. And I'm like, but it doesn't lay right, and it's not going to be a full square, and I don't get it. If that's you, I'm sorry. I'm glad your quilts work out for you. I just know that they would not work out for me. Oops. Oh, we are getting there. We will eventually be done. I know at some point we have to be done with these triangles. I just know we do. That's not where I wanted the starch to go. That's a little bit better. I wonder if the fly's back from yesterday. Hadn't been in here, so I was happy. I wasn't seeing him. He wasn't flying around my head, but I just felt something. Like the fly is back. Yep, somebody's calling me. Hold on. Let's say no. There we go. Yes, there is a little bug flying around. I don't know what it is. It's awful tiny for a fly, but I guess it could be a fly. I don't know where he went, but he went away, so that's a good thing. I'm sure he'll come back at some point in time. Get him? I don't know if I got him. He's Not on my arm anymore. We'll find out if he keeps flying around. right, finally, we are done pressing half square triangles. Whew. Ooh. That was a lot of work. And now it doesn't get any more fun. We're going to switch to the detail camera here. So now I have a half square triangle. On my triangle, I have ears, because it's not square. It's got these little flippy things on them. So we've got to cut it down. Ruler, 4.5 inch ruler. It's got a 45-degree angle, a line on it. I'm going to line up the ruler so the 45-degree angle goes right down the seam. And then we make sure that it is 3.5 inches square. From here to here is 3.5 inches. So yay! We've got the little ear over there we got to get rid of, but that's one thing. That's fine. So first, I'm going to trim up this edge. A little bit of fabric there. And now line up the opposite side. A little bit of fabric, not bad. Three and a half. Make sure your 45 is where it needs to be, and it's 3.5 inches. And now we have a square that is 3.5 inches. Guess what we're doing next? All of these squares. And this is the one that got caught in the sewing machine foot. And this one actually is a little small. Oh no, maybe not. Just at that one point. So you can't just cut off on one side. You need to make sure that you line up your 45-degree. You use the 45-degree line on here to ensure that you get everything even on all four sides. Because if you only square up one side or the other, it's not going to be truly square. It's going to be off. And things won't be even. So, like here. Let's see if I can explain this. Alright, I need to, I think, angle this down a little bit more. Hopefully it won't fall. So, we look at this and we line up the 45-degree angle line right down the seam. We go over, it's 3.5 inches there, and it's 3.5 inches down. If for some reason, I'm trying to think of how to make this work. Let's say I just went to 3.5. All right, there we go. We're at 3.5. We know we're 3.5 inches wide. And I cut off, you can't see. There we go. So I'm not lining up my 45-degree angle here. I'm making sure that I'm at 3.5 inches, but I'm not lining up the 45. And let's say I cut this right now. It's not completely even. I guess that's a bad example. It's not working there either. But you line up the 45 and you line up 3.5. Can't get that, stay that close. Bending too far over the table. It's gonna hurt my back. Oh, here, hold on just a minute. Something I didn't think to mention. So I told you all about the fact that we added 3/8 of an inch onto the square size. So we want to end up with a 3.5 inch square. So we add 3/8 of an inch, and that gives us 3 7/8 inches, and that's how we determine the size for the cut squares. Something I know other people do is add a full 1/2 inch. So 4/8. I add 3/8. People add 4/8, which is a 1/2 inch, to their square size. And then this, instead of having a small little bit to cut off like I'm doing here, they've got almost a full 1/4 inch. It gives them a buffer, a little bit of leeway. So if you don't cut or sew them exactly the way you need them to be sewn, you will still have a little bit of extra. This particular activity has to be done if you do that. If you add a full 1/2 inch, so if we had cut these to 4 inches instead of 3 7/8 inches, this step absolutely has to be done. The way I did this, sorry, tickle on my throat, neck. The way I did this, conceivably, and I have done this in the past, I could take a pair of scissors and just clip off the wings. I don't need to go through and measure these all up. I don't have to. They're very, very close to being spot on. And we're going to be joining them with squares that we know are square. So if you wanted to, and you sized them the way I sized them today, you could just take a pair of scissors and clip off the wings and be done with it, instead of going through the measuring with the ruler and the 45-degree angle and making sure everything is squared up. That is an option you have. There are no quilt police. Unless you are submitting your quilt to a competition to be judged, there are no quilt police. You are welcome to make your quilt any way you want. And piecing a quilt like this is very simple. There's not a lot to it. It's these triangles that are the most difficult part, and making sure that they are square. But if you are okay with them not being completely square and using only these to measure or to keep, when you sew them together, to keep straight, you are welcome to do that. But that's where the 7/8 comes in. It's an additional 3/8 of an inch that you have to add on to the finished size of the square you want. And if you want extra space to be able to ensure that your squares, your half square triangles, are absolutely square, you can add a 1/2 inch instead of 3/8 of an inch. All right. Enough of our PSA. Back to trimming. that one's really off. Let's see here. Nah, not as bad as I thought. I wonder how that happened. Let's look at this. Yeah, wow. That's a whole 1/8 of an inch short. That's what happened. That's bad. That's okay. All right, I need a clip. Oh, I've got them right here. So somehow that little piece of fabric got cut. I don't know how. This side is right. This side is an 1/8 inch too small. So I'm going to clip that so that when I join it to another piece, wherever that may be, I know to pay attention to that edge being wrong. And the thunder begins. again. I'm a popular person today. We are almost done. Yay! Bunch of little scraps here. And now comes the fun part. I closed that up, yes. Move that out of the way. So for those of you that know me, you know I love my design wall. If I had known then when I bought it, if I had known when I bought it what I know now, I would not have purchased an actual design wall. I would have gone to the dollar store and I would have gotten a tablecloth that has the felt backing to it, fleece, felt, I don't know what you call this stuff anymore, and would have just purchased that and tacked it up on the wall. The only advantage this thing has is it is slightly larger, I believe, than most of the tablecloths you can find. So that's one. The other thing it has is these blue lines, which you can barely see on the screen. And I thought they were 2 inches. Turns out they are not. When I started doing videos, I actually measured it to find out if they did it. And they don't. They are level. When I hung the design wall up, I made sure that the lines were level with a level. Could they have sunk by now? Probably. I don't know. They're just it's just thumbtacked up. But so you don't need to actually go out and get a specific design wall for your quilting. But I do love having it, and I would not give it up. That being said, you don't have to have one. What I'm going to do on the wall, I could do on my table right here. I prefer having it on the wall so that I can step back and look at it. In this case, it's not going to make much difference because I'm not actually changing anything up. I've already set the design on my pattern here, and all of the fabrics are the same. But I do a lot of scrappy quilts where I use different fabrics, so like jelly rolls or charm packs, things like that. And I have to actually look at where the fabrics are in relation to other fabrics. So that's why I step back a lot of times. This one, I don't have to worry about it. I've got all the same fabrics. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. As I was designing this quilt, I debated with myself as to whether I should make this one big piece. And I decided to go with the square look. Because there's only a couple places that I would be able to do full sheets of fabric, and so I decided that I would rather do it this way and do them all in squares. It's your quilt. If you decide that you want to do it differently, you can do it differently. All right, so now I need 2 of these to go here. I am using the lines now just because. Here and here. All right, so I need a dark blue and light blue one, and a dark blue and light blue one. 2 of these, and I need the dark blue to go in that way, and I need the dark blue to go in that way, and then 3 more light blues. I grabbed more than 3, but 1, 2, 3, and I know this one's going to go down here. I've got that yellow there. Now I need 2 dark blue and yellows. This one is going to go this way. And this one is going to go this way. And then I need 3 solid yellows. Alright, so now we've got that and the solid yellow, and I need a dark blue and a light blue. The dark blue is going to go this way. And then I need another dark blue and a light blue. This time the dark blue is going to go this way. That looks odd. Oh, no, it's starting the center star. Alright, that makes sense. My first yellow and light blue goes that way. I'm not going to use that one there because that's the one that's got the clip on it, and I'm afraid that going against that we don't have anything totally square to sew it up against. But I don't think anywhere we're going to. But, well, we'll try. Let's see. Yellow and the blue. Goes there. And I need a light blue and a dark blue. And a dark blue and a yellow. And then this is a solid blue. So we're starting to see the development of our pattern here. I'm just going to keep going. This is the 4th row, yes. And so now I need a light blue and a dark blue. And a solid yellow. And a yellow and a light blue. Which way is this one going to go? Yeah, I still don't want to use that one. The yellow goes that way. Okay, and then a yellow and a dark blue. And another yellow and a dark blue. And a dark blue and a light blue. And a dark blue and a yellow. And a light blue and a yellow. Or light blue and a dark blue. There we go. So we're halfway up. And I'm out of water. So the next one is a light blue and a dark blue. And a dark blue and a yellow. Light blue and a dark blue. Dark blue and a yellow. And this one goes this way. And another dark blue and a yellow, but it goes this way. Yellow and a light blue. Yeah, no matter where I put this piece, it's not going to join up to a straight square, so it's going to be a challenge no matter what I do. All right, there's that one, and then we need a solid yellow and a light blue and a dark blue. Blue. Have an hour left. Not certain how far we're going to get. Let's see, a dark blue and a yellow. This way. A light blue and a dark blue. And the dark blue goes on that side. Yellow and a light blue. It's going to go there. Light blue and a dark blue. It's going to do this. And light blue and a dark blue this way. Solid yellow. Light blue. Let's see here. That's a light blue. I know. This is going to be a light blue. And then these two. Ooh, FedEx is here. I don't remember what I'm getting from FedEx. See how big a box it is. It doesn't look very big. There's it. Might be black yarn. I think I had black yarn on back order. 2 of these. One, two, 3. That way. Whoops! I knew that was going to happen with that one. Let's get something lighter, like a pin. That way we have the pin that way. Alright, so all we have left are solid squares. Alright, let me step back, see what I think. Oh, I like that. I was afraid that I wasn't going to like the light blue. I was thinking I was going to want white there, like I drew in the pattern, but I do like that light blue. It's not as stark a difference. You know, if I'd used a bright white fabric, it would have just jumped off the thing. I think I like it that it's slightly consistent, I guess would be the best word for it. And the yellow and the dark blue is not popping as much as I thought it would. I was thinking that the solid yellow would bring out the little yellow flowers more, but it's not. I mean, it's not. I like the way it looks. It's similar to what I had designed, so we're good. So now we need to put all the squares together. There are a few different methods for this. Since we're just doing squares at this point, there are a couple different ways we can do it. In order to avoid getting up and sitting down a lot, we could chain piece it. And that's where we take all these squares off the wall, we put them in stacks by which row they're in, and just go to town. I'm always afraid I'm going to get things mixed up. I've done it. You use a little marker, whether it's a thimble, fabric clip, something. You put the rows down to the right of the machine. You have your machine, and you pick them up in order, following, and move the marker as you go along the way. It is quick. It is efficient. But I'm always afraid I'm going to get it mixed up. So I'm going back and forth in my brain about this, trying to decide, do I want to do it and take the chance that I mess it up? You know what? I think I'm okay with taking the chance. I'm gonna do it. So let me clean off the stuff to the right of the sewing machine, because I have a bunch of thread. A bunch of my cotton thread. Let's get that. Decide what we're gonna, because I think I'm gonna use the navy blue for the quilting. Here's some browns. Let's see here. What else do I have over here? Well, seam ripper needs to stay. The pins can go somewhere else. Another box of clips. Put those with those. bobbins that don't have any thread to go with them. I'm going to put those over here. I need to go through those. Figure out what they are, where they belong. My little pins I use all the time. And last but not least, a bunch of feet. Woo! That's an ankle. Let's get these over here. I've been meaning to clean out the side of my sewing machine anyway, so this just helps. Hammerfoot. All right. Bunch of safety pins. I love gelato, and these containers are great for storing things. So I have a bunch of them. Every time I have gelato, I run it through the dishwasher so that I have space or something else to load up. All right. Side of my sewing machine is cleaned up. And now comes the fun part. Now comes the part where I stack them. You start on the far side and put the up. So the first one in the first row is on the top. Now I'm going to set them over by my sewing machine. This one in the furthest position from me. Now I do the same thing. And now this one goes one spot closer. I'm going to get a marker. I'm going to use one of these clips as my marker. And I'm going to put it on the first one that needs to be stitched. There we go. So I don't get them confused. That's row 4. switch to the sewing machine view and let me show you what I've done. So, can I turn the camera? I can. That's going to get in the way, but let's see here. Okay, move my light. Let's see. Let's turn the light so you actually can see. So here we go. I have all 8 rows. Row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. They are laid out. I'm going to pull from the first row, the first 2. Then I'm going to pull the first 2 from the second row. And as I do it, I just move my marker along so that I know what row I'm working on. And when I get to number 8, I know that I'm going to go back to the top and join the next piece to the top. So this is how they get laid out. Now we're going to look at how they get sewn together. Sewing light back up. Looks like we're focused. Okay. Let's see how far along we can get in 45 minutes. So I pick up the piece, the marker, I move it to row 2. In row 1, I take the first 2 pieces. Now the first 2 pieces in row 1 happen to be the same fabric. Put them right sides together, line them all up. And then I need a bunch of these. So let me cut up some starter fabric before we get too far along here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. This is going to be row 1. I go over here, I pick up my marker, I move it to row 3, and I take the first piece of fabric and the second piece of fabric in row 2. And I put them right sides together. And I sew them. I'm picking up the marker off of 3 and putting it on 4. Piece number 1. Piece number 2 from row 3, right sides together. I'm picking up the marker from 4 and putting it on 5. Piece number 1 for row 4. Piece number 2 for row 4, right sides together. 5 to row 6. Marker's been moved. Piece number 1. Piece number 2. Right sides together. All right, moving marker to row 7 from row 6. Piece number 1 from row 6. Piece number 2 from row 6. Make sure you keep them facing in the same direction. Fold it over, right sides together, and piece. From row 7 to row 8, piece number 1 from row 7, piece number 2 from row 7. Fold it over, right sides together, and sew. Okay, so now I'm moving from the marker from row 8 back up to row 1. I'm taking piece number 1 from row 8 and piece number 2 from row 8. And I'm going to put them face together. Excellent. So we have completed the first 2 columns of the quilt. This part to me is usually where I mess up, because on the next section it's no big deal, but because you know where the next pieces get joined. But on this one you have to make absolutely certain you don't twist up your pieces. You don't end up with a piece going that way. You might stitch things on incorrectly. So now we're going to take this, we're going to open it up, and this is row 1. Piece 1, piece 2. We're going to move our marker from row 1 to row 2 and take the 3rd piece of fabric from row 1 and put it here. And take it and do it face over, or right sides together. And now we're going to stitch row 1. Problem I start to have is these pieces that are hanging off the side start to get caught on my table. I don't know if you will have that problem depending on what your sewing machine setup is. But all right, so now we open up row 2. And we take the marker and move it from 2 to 3. And making sure you don't change direction of the square, you move it over, right sides together, so again, my fabric is now starting to hang a little bit. I'm going to try and get it all on the table so it doesn't put weight on. Gravity starts to pull things down, and then that makes the whole thing move around. So depending upon what you're dealing with, it can be challenging to make this work correctly. Okay, that's row 2. Row 3, let's open it up. Move our marker from 3 to 4, making sure we keep our piece in the same direction, right sides together. Row 4. So we move the marker from 4 to 5. Careful not to change anything. Right sides together. So 5, open up 5, move marker from 5 to 6, do not change the direction of the piece, and fold it over. Okay, open up row 6, marker to row 7, do not change direction of the piece, right sides together. Row 7, move the marker to row 8, right sides together. Open up row 8. Marker now goes back up to row 1. Next piece for row 8. Right sides together. Look at that. We haven't left the sewing machine yet. We haven't had to go press anything. We're just moving right along. Okay, so now we're going to start the next column. So we're on row 1. Move the marker to row 2, being careful not to change direction of the piece. And match it up, right sides together. So So now we've got, see how the weight makes everything move? You want to try and keep things up and straight. Otherwise, it's just going to cause problems. All right, row 2. Do not change the direction of the piece. There we go. Move the marker, keeping the piece way in the right direction. There we go. Marker gets moved to row 5, piece from row 4. Five to row 6. Do not twist the piece. Keep it facing. It's my biggest fear. I'm going to drop it. I'm going to twist it. Something's going to happen. Alright, move the marker, pick up the piece, move it over here. Okay. Okay, move the marker to row 8. This piece doesn't matter, so there we go. Right sides together. Okay, marker moves up to row 1 again. Next piece for row 8, making it stay straight. Do not twist. All right, and there we go. There we go. Back to the top. Move the marker down. Do not twist the piece. Right sides together. First couple rows, it's hard to keep everything up top. So, and it gets worse as you go along, obviously. Marker from row 2 to row 3. Piece for row 2 goes here. Alright, move marker down to row 4, piece for row 3, keeping it straight and facing the right direction, right sides together. Marker goes up to row 5, piece for row 4, do not twist, do not turn. Piece gets moved. Alright, we got some shifting going on here. Make sure we stay straight. Okay, so this is the piece with the pin in it because the fabric's messed up. So I have to be very cautious when I stitch the next piece on. So marker move to row 7, piece from row 6 comes over and goes right here, goes over the top. I'm going to match it up in the bottom corner here and make sure that it's straight across the bottom because I know that the fabric is too skinny up top. I know that. Take the pin out. Odd noises coming from outside. I'm not certain what's going on over there. Okay, marker move to row 8, piece from row 7, do not twist. There we go. Eight to 1, 8 on top. All right, marker to row 2, piece from row 1. Right sides together. Row 2 to row 3, pick up the piece from row 2. Marker to row 4, row 3 piece, do not twist. Where are we at? We are on row 4. So marker to row 5, do not twist piece. Row 4, join up. Let's see now. We're on row 5. Move the marker to row 6. Row 5, do not twist the piece. So I'm not crazy about this yellow fabric. It seems to want to fray an awful lot. Row 6. Row 7. And row 8, marker goes back up to row 1. Pull it all down. Row 1, marker to row 2. We're shifting. I told you, the weight gets heavier as you go along. Okay, row 2. Row 4. Do not twist the piece. There we go. Row 5. Row 6. Row 7. Marker back up to row 1. Row 8. And back up to row 1. Okay, move marker to row 2, piece for row 1, right sides together. Marker to row 3, piece from row 2. row 3. Marker to row 4, piece for row 3. Piece marker goes to row 5, piece for row 4, do not twist. All right, make sure everything stays straight. All right, marker to row 6, piece for row 5. Last one we have to be careful of and make sure we don't twist. Okay, I'm going to put the marker here because all 3 of the last pieces are the same fabric. So even if I get them mixed up or twisted around, everything's identical, so it's not a problem. There's row 7. Row 8. Ooh! I'd been sitting for quite a while there. And so now we have all the rows sewn together and in the correct order, I think. Yes, it looks like they are. Yes, yay. So, some people will now take this and finger press the seams and then they wouldn't have gotten up from the machine. They would have just finger pressed the seams and then sewn all the rows together. I can't do that. I need to press my seams. I don't know why. I just don't feel that they lay correctly until they've been pressed. All right, so we've got all of the feeder fabric cut off because we're going to need that for the other rows. And now we need to press the fabric. Keeping in mind that one row has to be pressed one way, next row has to be pressed the other way, next row has to be pressed that way, so that all the seams nest together when we sew them together. And this is the part of this particular technique that I'm not crazy about. Because again, others that use this technique immediately just put these together and sew down the other way. And it is a very quick way to go. Let's see. Oh, that took us almost 45 minutes to do. So I am going to start the pressing of these seams, but we're not going to get done. We're not going to get this completed today. We're going to get some of these pressed. I might even get all of them pressed, but after we do that, then we're going to go for the day. So let's see, which way do I want to start? Leave it on cotton. That's the way to do it. Okay. Oops. Be careful not to press the seams that are already pressed going the wrong way now. All right, is my iron? My iron's not really hot. Okay, so we did that first one. Now we're going to do this one. Need to pull that way. Get it started. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to work. I'm going to have to think about this, because I may just take them apart. But, okay, so we're gonna call it a day, because I got to think about this. I've used this technique in the past, but I've always done it on something that was like 6 or 9, a 9 patch. I've never done it on anything with this many squares and this small of squares. Because if I press these going this way and then these going that way, when I press this way, it's messing up the ones that I already did. So not certain. I've got to figure that one out in my head. But at Thursday, so next live show, we are going to finish this up. We're obviously almost done with the piecing. Take no more than a half hour to get the piecing done. We've got to press it. I will not press it until we come back. I'm going to think about how to press it, but I'm not going to actually do it. So we'll press this, we will finish piecing it, and then we will make a sandwich. I am going to have to find some fabric. I'm not certain. I've got some blue that I used the other day on something else that I made. Yeah, another table runner over there. I may use that again for the backing of this, and then debating on whether I want to use the patterned fabric as my binding or the light blue fabric as my binding. Again, probably not going to make up my mind on that one until we are back together again on the next live show, because I'm not certain. I do plan on using, that's black, I do plan on using probably the baby blue or dark blue cotton thread to do some stitching. Not certain what designs I'm going to use. Maybe I've got the bright yellow. Maybe I could use some gold and do something in both colors. Not certain exactly how I'm going to do the quilting yet either. We'll think about that and talk about it on our next show. Other than that, I hope everybody has a great day, and I'm going to take my day off tomorrow and rest and relax a little bit. Actually, I've got some gnomes to make. Thank you so much for watching, and no matter which platform you're watching on, like, follow, subscribe, reminders, all of those good things. I need as many subscribers as I can have. I need more subscribers on all 3 platforms that I'm currently on. So any subscriptions you want to do is great, and very much appreciated. And we will see you all